Incoming transmission.
War. War never changes. Since the dawn of humankind, when our ancestors first discovered the killing power of rock and bone, blood has been spilled in the name of everything, from God to justice to simple psychotic rage. The Romans waged war to gather slaves and wealth. Spain built an empire from its lust for gold and territory. Hitler shaped a battered Germany into an economic superpower. But war never changes. In the 21st century, war was still waged over the resources that could be acquired. Only this time, the spoils of war were also its weapons. Petroleum and uranium. For these resources, China would invade Alaska. The US would annex Canada. And the European Commonwealth would dissolve into quarreling, bickering nation-states bent on controlling the last remaining resources on Earth. In 2077, the storm of World War had come again. In 2 brief hours, most of the planet was reduced to cinders. The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted. Too many humans, not enough space or resources to go around. The details are trivial and pointless. The reasons, as always, purely human ones. The Earth was nearly wiped clean of life. A great cleansing, an atomic spark struck by human hands, quickly raged out of control. Spears of nuclear fire rained from the skies. Continents were swallowed in flames and fell beneath the boiling oceans. Humanity was almost extinguished, their spirits becoming part of the background radiation that blanketed the Earth. A quiet darkness fell across the planet, lasting many years. In great underground vaults. When they opened, their inhabitants set out across the ruins of the old world to build new societies, establishing villages, forming tribes. As decades passed, what had been the American Southwest united beneath the flag of the new California Republic, dedicated to old world values of democracy and the rule of law. As the Republic grew, so did its needs. Scouts spread east, seeking territory and wealth in the dry and merciless expanse of the Mojave Desert. They returned with tales of a city untouched by the warheads that had scorched the rest of the world, and a great wall spanning the Colorado River. The NCR mobilized its army and sent it east to occupy Hoover Dam and restore it to working condition. But across the Colorado, another society had arisen under a different flag. A vast army of slaves forged from the conquest of 86 tribes, Caesar's Legion. 4 years have passed since the Republic held the dam, just barely, against the Legion's onslaught. The Legion did not retreat. Across the river, it gathers strength. Campfires burn, training drums beat. Through it all, the New Vegas Strip has stayed open for business, under the control of its mysterious overseer, Mr. House, and his army of rehabilitated tribals and police robots.
You are a courier, hired by the Mojave Express to deliver a package to the New Vegas Strip. What seemed like a simple delivery job has taken a turn for the worse.
From where you're kneeling must seem like an 18-carat run of bad luck. Truth is, the game was rigged from the start.
Oops, wrong one. There. Okay. So, let's see. Looks like everything is up and going. Only ever really a bit slightly concerned because it seems like the last couple of times we tried doing this, when I power on the 360, it doesn't even show like play game. It just says play DVD. Simply opening up the tray and closing it seems to fix it, but still. Not sure I should be concerned about that. I'll probably test it with some other games, but until then, I'm going to at least try and get our character set up if we can't do what is it? Retcon? Or no, I'm sorry, Helios One. That's right. I'm gonna keep all these names together. Alright, so I think we already got our character set up for just about everything, except for maybe we need to check food and water. Okay, we're good on food, good on sleep. We'll need water in a bit. This is our current build. We are doing slightly worse, just a little bit, because of charisma. Or not charisma, but luck. And me not remembering that perception does not affect VATS in New Vegas. I probably brought this all the way down to 1, if I'm being honest. I probably would have, if I remember that. But we'll play it as it is. We've already gotten this far so far. I could have definitely afforded one more point in agility, and we could have thrown more points into luck for the gambling, potentially. I don't know. I think playing with low luck sometimes is somewhat beneficial. Take Fallout 4, for instance. I think it's a bit more beneficial to play with low luck on that. Unless you're trying to do, what was it, Savant? For the bonus XP, which you need low intelligence for, but high luck. Only because, especially on survival, you get way more legendary encounters, which can be bad if you're not ready for them. But if you win, way more legendary loot early on. At least that's my take on it. And we got pretty decent stats. We're not super high leveled up and stuff, except for maybe guns. I highly recommend guns unless you're trying to do like pacifist or go right into energy. Which, surprisingly enough, is probably actually fairly doable. Especially if you get the recharger pistol. This is like the first playthrough I've actually used the recharger pistol. We have 9mm pistol, 9mm submachine gun. We got 1 frag grenade because we used them already. We got some pulse grenades we're going to hang on to for robots. Oh, we also get bonus damage against power armor. Good to know. We got a lever action shotgun. We got our trusty recharger pistol that we keep using weapon repair kits on, because this thing's expensive to work on. We have a service rifle that we maxed out just about on maintenance by paying the fee for it. And varmint rifle, which is dirt cheap to repair. Also, I like how it says strength 3. Wow, that's interesting. You would think the service rifle requires more strength. Never actually looked at that before. Like recharger pistol, okay. Grenades, I mean, I guess. Makes sense. Shotgun, okay, fine. Requires more. Submachine gun, also fine. Pistol's fine. But I like how service rifle's on par with a pistol, but the varmint rifle is one more for minimum strength requirement. Which also means that anything that's like a strength 6 or higher, we probably can't use very well. I can't remember if you can't use it at all, or you just use it very unwieldy. Might be the latter. And we got plenty of mods for the varmint. We're gonna do a quick check on everything. Charger. Okay, so it has the 223 equipped. Good. What do we got? We only got 3 high point, 20 armor piercing, only 20 surplus. Okay, so we got a decent amount of slugs. Do we not get any other effect than just the gun spread? Maybe. Regular 20 gauge is damage times 1.20. Okay, so we get no bonus from the 3-aught buck. The regular 20 gauge we get bonus damage. Okay. A little weird. I'm gonna go and drop the hollow points since there's not very much. Same thing with the 9mm. We'll keep buying them up as we can, or collecting them when we can, but we're just going to store them. We can't really use them. Microfusion breeder. I think that's the one thing I never really had, so I could never use the recharger pistol before. And I think we're all good. I need the pulse grenades if we're going into Helios One. I don't really think I need this. I don't think we get enough speech bonus from this. Because I want to say we only get like 2 or 3 points. We don't even get like 5. Believe that. Might come in handy later when we get leveled up more, off-kiltered more on our points. I'm going to hang on to that to sell. We're also going to swap over to motorcycle helm. Armor piercing, there's a chance I will need that, and I think we also sorted out our food, right? That weighs nothing, so we're gonna hang on to it. 1. We got 3 Hydra, very important. Hydra, at least in survival mode, very, very good. It weighs nothing, it heals everything. As far as limb damage. Get yourself out of cripple, like in all limbs. We have 1 Ruby's casserole, which takes care of food and heals us a bit for a while. We got 8 stealth boys, which I'll leave all but 1, just to give us some more. And I think that's about it. Drop that. Keep the Sunset Sarsaparilla for some cheap healing. Those weigh absolutely nothing, which is great. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll travel to Helios One, get us just about set up to go wherever we need to, I think, for that quest. Save before we enter. That way, if we have to level grind because we actually can't do anything, so let's get past combat or anything like that, one load screen to another. We could just walk there, but... And we were able to get in Helios One fairly easily since we were already kind of friends with NCR. I haven't actively been trying to be friends with NCR. I have done a few things for them. I did a couple of quests for like the outposts and stuff. I technically have a couple of ongoing quests that are helping NCR, but more so for ourselves. And I think the big one was what we did at Boulder City. Technically, we're friends with the Khans since we let them live and we didn't have them gunned down by the NCR. And that will allow us to go and set up things later. We don't have to worry about getting shot up to hell as we walk in. What's kind of funny is I didn't realize that the powder gangers would actually send people to try and hunt you. But it only seems to be like in one spot. And just for reference, we are on 361st. But I didn't... What? I don't think I did anything that would have been considered aggressive towards her. Or... I didn't steal from her. I gotta be missing something, right? We went in, I talked to her, I tried to buy some scrap from her. I sold her some stuff. But I didn't take anything. I made note that she had a couple items that I could steal, but it wasn't worth stealing from her specifically at that time. Just so I'd have another vendor I could sell to. And why would she be here to attack me? As long as I got a writing pen here. I'm making a note to myself to go and review last stream's VOD. Because I don't think I did anything to steal... I'm gonna play as is, right? That I will do to keep things honest, but I don't remember making her mad. Ow. Ow. I still have no idea why that happened. Because I talked to her, I sold some stuff to her, I looked at a couple things, like, looked, I never actually took anything. Did I trigger some kind of weird glitch or something? And why would she be over here specifically to attack me here? Where you shouldn't... I don't think you should have access normally, right? Like, I think you have to go through the building and everything in order to get over here. Bye, old lady Gibson. I'm not gonna save that. Wait. What? Okay, I missed one. Why was she mad at me? And if she was mad at me, why is she here? We got Big Boomer. We lost a vendor. I have a brain. Well, I guess we're set up for another quest now. God damn it. Luck of 4 everyone. I guess. I don't know. That's definitely going to be a clip I go and upload later. I don't remember doing anything bad. I don't remember stealing. Maybe I knocked something like off of a shelf and that pissed them off. Because sometimes that happens with some of like the old Bethesda games. Okay, well, they killed a mole rat for me, so if I would have run out here, NCR probably would have helped me. Okay, you know what? I'm going to plant this as a separate save. And if we die, we will go back to the motel room, because I want to troubleshoot something if I die. But first, we're going to heal up. If I don't, we will continue as is. I will probably plant a save and I don't know. But that way, I have the save from the motel room regardless, and we can check from there. So, actually, I'm gonna add that to my note real quick. What a start. What a start. Oh yeah, that's right. Sunset Sarsaparilla, where are you? Okay. It's a sign for things to come. It's so weird. Oh. You know what would also help? That. I know I said I was supposed to, but I didn't actually do anything with it. Oh, hold on. That's right. Nice. Nice. This is gonna be a weird night. I'm sorry. It's just... Oh, shoot. Okay, it's frenzied now. All according to plan. This is a very hardcore. I'm just gonna let them fight it out. We say no to our robotic overlords. And then we try and make them fight each other as much as possible. Robo variants can be a bit tanky. I don't know there's any other variants, just the one. It's kind of funny though, how as Fallout's progressed, some enemies have become significantly weaker, while others just became significantly stronger throughout the years, or each iteration, I suppose. Take Deathclaws. Big, tanky, kind of fast, but not like the worst enemy to fight. Whether you're talking about Fallout 3 or New Vegas. Very tanky. But entirely doable. I don't know if this will work. I guess that kind of works. Okay, so we don't have the best setup. But I suppose it's kind of doable. Who left armed frag grenades here? Or frag mines. Ammo box. Energy cells. I didn't realize I was that close to him. We don't have any particular stealth perks going on right now. I'd like that to be known. So, how I didn't set those two off is beyond me, but I am going to take it. Street, showed, stayed, scared, stated, sealed, sewers, should, snake, eated. At the very least, one of it's ED. Okay. Does not. Okay, dot was removed. Yellow dot is removed. Oh, that doesn't count this one. That one does. Allowance replenished. Okay, so we know it can't be heated, but nope. Interesting. Okay, so let's see. It was heated, it had 1. We know it has to be, or probably one that starts with an S. Can't be that. Can't be that. Enter, wonder, gather, wooden, rather, ocean, within, wander, cities, worked, notice, bitten, bother, bottom. Wander, wonder. Cool. And through all the work in the last one, couldn't get it. Gets it in this one. Gets it like immediately. Okay, I'm pretty sure they're all dead anyway, but that way there wasn't any remaining. I want the wrench. Okay. Fission battery. That thing's heavy. Here's the brain portion. Making sure I didn't miss like a turret or something. Because those would probably kill me near instantly. Okay, we should have almost enough for maybe a weapons repair kit. Take that. Oh, shoot. Alrighty then. Okay, I don't think it said it frenzied. That's what we're going to try and do, is we're going to try and get it to frenzy. Sorry about the audio. Gotta see if there's any way to fix that, but I don't think there is. Looks like one over there. I probably want to go around this roundabout way. Okay. So he frenzy, but I don't know if he'll actually do anything since there's not like another bot near him. At the very least, he has the potential to attack other bots simply for being near him. He thought about it. Okay. I'm not doing crazy amount of damage. Okay, it looks like there's only potentially one way through. But I would still have to go through it. We'll go down there. If I'm being honest, this is probably our best start at things. So, alright, so we're up and above. Nice. More pulse grenades, pulse mines. Pulse grenade. Stim pack and a bit of food. Sensor module. Okay, cool. Pencil. I feel like this is going to be a very expensive endeavor. Like 1,600 caps. Could try and get some more like armor-piercing rounds and the like. Might be time to leave. What crap. I might be able to get one more kill. Yes, we'll test this. Yeah, okay. That's why I kind of figured, but... Okay. So, I might leave, go to gun runners, pick up as many armor-piercing rounds as I can. Might have to do some grinding for some caps. But hey, at least we got 3 missiles, which we're going to go and store at our home. Okay, so this is doable. It's just going to be very, very expensive in comparison to perhaps if they were just fleshies. If we had Boone, possibly. As long as he had a... I could probably share enough stems to get us through. Okay, well, I'm still idolized by Novak. I guess she technically doesn't count as part of Novak, maybe? Unclear. What a weird start.
Hey there. Need anything?
Yeah, you got armor-piercing rounds. You got nothing. big boomer, which takes 12. Sell you the police baton. I need those. Sell that. Sell that. Sell the conductor for now. We'll sell the 2 things of dog hide. Alright, I guess give me back the fishing battery and I'll just take that off of you. And I'll check to see if I already have enough components for workbench. We do. Okay. I could use it to repair Big Boomer and then sell Big Boomer. I don't see any particular reason I would want to keep Big Boomer for the time being. That's a possibility. But I'm going to store it for now. They're worth 300 though. I'm probably not going to be getting a missile launcher anytime soon, am I? Oops. I should probably rest first. We had a long day. We had to get rid of a rather displeased old lady Gibson for reasons unsure of. And we did end up fighting a little bit inside Helios One. We probably got through the worst of it, but there's probably a few more. Also, we're probably hungry by now, right? Okay. So we can make use of the sliders. Okay, I guess we're out of dirty water. And the dog meat reminded me I should probably store that. Over to the gun owners. Thankfully, I don't think we really have like any quests where it's like, oh yeah, you have like 3 in-game days to do this. Whereas like the other older Fallouts kind of had that, like Fallout 1 and 2. You gotta be here on this specific date at this specific time to start the quest. And if you wait too long, it's gone.
Welcome, Sir Orm. I am ready.
Not just 44 Magnum. 4 caps per 38 specials, 1 per. $10mm is pretty pricey too. Pulse slug. They are 5 a pop though. Kind of hoping that slug might count as like armor piercing, but I'm not sure that's the case. Okay, well they'll give us 1, I suppose. Also 5mm. There's only one cap per round. That looks promising. If we ever get to the point where we can do that. I guess. I'm not going to be using a missile launcher anytime soon, I don't think. The other time I'd be saving them, but I just don't see us using missile launchers all that often. Batman, maybe. Like, if you keep your distance, but just because it's kind of fun to use. I generally don't, just because of how easy it is to kill yourself. Oh yeah, that's right. Since we're doing enough of this.
Welcome, sir, or...
I should probably do that. Also, what else do we have that we don't really care about? Sell those. Sell that. Okay, 5 and 5. 308's pretty pricey as well. Damn, 12 for the armor piercing. Rocket missile, high velocity, high explosive. Mini nuke, low yield, timed, tiny tots. How many 9mm do I already have? Tempting. My armor piercing for this is only 4. Not that I'd be able to afford it, but assault carbine. 11, 14. But why? You're telling me normal assault carbine does more damage than the gun runners. That is weird. $17,253. How does ours stack up? 124. It requires 8 strength. So we're probably taking a hit on that. These are only 3 strength. That's 6. Silence 22 SMG. Sleepy time. Silent. It's even silence. Alright. What they want, 5,100. That essentially only gives us like 2, well, I guess 3 clips. I'm gonna check in with Good Springs and see if they have at least a little bit more of the armor piercing, right? Seems important at this point. Like, well, you should have been buying it throughout. If I were, I wouldn't have all the stuff we have now. Probably. Ammo's pricey, and I have to take into consideration weight. Thankfully, most of the bullets don't weigh too much, but still, adds up. I'm just glad to see that, like, missiles and Batman don't weigh nearly as much.
You looking to buy some supplies?
Damn, he has a lot of 223.
Another satisfied customer.
Okay. At this point, I'm just doing that for a little bit of extra safety until I know that we're good. Just because loading zone, into loading zone, into loading zone, into loading zone. The game's crashed on us before. I think this is the right way, right? Yeah, it is. I still can't believe that, though. Lady Gibson showed up with an entire crew to jump me. And I don't even remember why. Okay, we're probably fine. I have one frag grenade, I have some pulse grenades, I have a couple of pulse mines, I think, left, but 2. Since there's nothing but bots here. And I really need to work on barter, so we can actually afford all the really fun toys. And even more, maybe bring down the price of ammo. Might be more important than getting our guns up even more. I'm not quite sure why this is open. But hey, more loot. Oh, it must be down below then. I didn't have to use the mine. I did waste a few grenades trying to hit them. I don't think I remember this area as well as I thought I did. I might, because I remember a completely different layout. But I know I've done the quest before. the gourd seed. But now that we actually have another weapon that should be good against robots. No. The laser pistol wasn't hardly doing much. Fixing things. Wrench. Now we're going to take all that. Coffee rod. Gourd. Oh. There's that that many red markers. Okay, I'm gonna mull over that, but first I'm gonna take a quick bio break. I guess we could peek and see, maybe. I don't know. I don't have enough armor piercing for them all. That's the problem. Anyway. I'm gonna mull over it. Back into... Alrighty. So, I don't think we really have enough to do much of anything here. But I'll give it a good old try. Oh shoot. Okay, so that just immediately killed him. Looks like that's where all the enemies are. And I'm assuming that they're all bots. In case we gotta get the heck out of Dodge, let's go ahead and grab some valuables. Hammer, yeah. Alright. Here's what we'll do. We'll enter from this. Place that there. Okay, we're good. I guess because of the mine. Okay, then. All is well? I guess. Although this might not be the area I need to go to. I'm just assuming it kind of is. Now I have employee ID. Employee ID. Not sure why he wasn't getting damaged by the grenade, but we could shoot him. Seems a little odd. Then again, the entire night's just been kind of odd, right? I do kind of want to go in there, but also I think there's supposed to be some kind of trap. Let's go there. What is that? Medical clipboard. Okay, so that was supposed to release them all. You know, some of them were already out, and yeah, they could just shoot him through his barrier. Oh, hey, wrench. We got one thing of dirty water and 2 empty syringes, wonder glue and a wrench. Alright, and then we already grabbed everything here. Bunch of gourd seeds. Observation level. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and plant a save here. Since we cleared out this entire area, we don't have to do it again. And there's a second part to this entire, let's say, dungeon. It appears that there is. Good news is everything seems relatively fine here. Was this where we came from? Probably not, right? Okay. That's probably something I have to do after I power it up. That will take us outside. I could activate Archimedes, I suppose. But we've gotten this far. So, the good news is, the dungeon is clear. If you really want to call it that. Helios One is essentially clear. I'm not really sure what I want to do yet. It would either be turn it on and then have the weapon active, which is fun. Or we turn it on and send power towards the strip. Because that would be our seat of power, whether we sided with House or decide to do our own thing. I've always doing our own thing. I don't really foresee myself siding with NCR as it stands. Not going with Caesar's Legion, because I think they're more fun to fight. Certainly more tenacious. Like, that would be kind of the problem. Is, let's say that Caesar's Legion did somehow take Coover's Dam and hold Helios One and all that. I don't think they'd utilize it very well or very effectively. Currently unresponsive. The amount of power reaching the terminal seems to be insufficient. That gotta repair. Pending the successful launch of Archimedes 2, we ought to be able to begin field trials with the handheld rangefinder within a few weeks. Our small-scale tests have already proven the viability of sending power as microwave radiation from the plant to a remote receiver and converting it back into a usable form. All that remains is to extrapolate it to full scale and then prove out the long-range communication targeting system on the rangefinder. Okay, I'm pretty sure that the field testing is just a log, but just in case, because I don't want to accidentally activate it. I want to activate it purposely, not accidentally. On Tuesday, February 16th, at 2 p.m., technicians will be running a test of Archimedes and its connectivity with our plant security system. Under no circumstances, yada yada yada. I think we already went through all that. Okay, configure power grid. So, McCarran and Las Vegas Strip, Fremont and West Side, full region, Archimedes 2, full region emergency output level. So that, I'm not really sure on. If I complete the quest, then great. I think you could always come back and change it too, although that'll probably make you an enemy of NCR because security systems will come online. But, and I think the only reason why you wouldn't be attacked is because you'd have the employee ID. So it's like, I'm good! But, Okay, so we have a save, and I'm not sure, so I'm going to click this, because I just want to see. System overload imminent. Initiate reflector retarding from the console on the tower and observation deck. Insufficient capacity. Brownouts likely. Fremont and West Side. Okay, so it's fine with that. System overload imminent. Okay, we have a pre-war book here. I don't think there's anything else of note. We had some nuts. I think this is one of those where he wouldn't be able to change it, so he'd be able to give power to like the entire region. And then from here we would change and configure all the stuff. I kind of want to leave it as it is, then we come back and finish it later once I know for certain. But I also think we would be able to change, just hold off on it for now. Or we'd be able to change it later, rather. No, we want to keep the motel room, but we will take Doc Mitchell's house. We won't be needing that save anymore. That way we can always come back in case we're locked out and have some fun afterwards. Console is unresponsive. For it to operate properly, you will need to activate during peak sunlight hours of 9 AM to 3 PM. Okay, well, what time is it now? I know we're no longer rested, but we should be fine, I think. We're blind! Okay, well it's on, and we could probably always change configuration as we see fit. I'm gonna go see if the robot is talkable to. If not, I will probably flee and then try and come up with a plan. It should be friendly. Oh, okay. So, there's nothing to talk to it about. You would just have it repair and do stuff for you. Well, Helios One is done. We don't get to have any fun, but to be fair, I also don't have the range finding tool that is necessary for the fun. Other than that, we just picked very unfortunate timings. I'm gonna wait until after we get all the way out here. Should be clear of all hostiles. Okay, so note to self. After you get past Sentry Bot number 2, all that's left is maybe a Mr. Gutsy, and then you're basically home free. As long as you're outfitted properly. And I can just use pulse slugs. Like one shot. You can one shot him. And just so we don't have to worry about that, we're going to use 1 dirty water. We're pretty full up on Radaway right now. Once I start going towards DLC, we will be hopefully flush with nothing but purified waters. Just kind of sad you can't see like a bottle like you can in 4 and fill it up. Oh, right. That also means we can take this and move it over to pulse grenades, because pulse grenades are going to be absolutely worthless on everything else. I do think it's kind of funny they do damage to power armor, which, I mean, makes some sense, but also I don't think it would be nearly as effective as some of the other stuff, maybe. I mean, makes sense it would take out, like, electronics and stuff, but...
Hello. It's unusual to see a new...
My interest in this place is scientific.
Then we have that in common. Whom do you typically work with?
This is your turf. For all I know, you could have killed... You could have me killed for my allegiance. Who are you with?
Very well. Yes. I'm part
I
of
thought
the
we already
followers
told
of the
us.
apocalypse.
But
If you're not familiar,
maybe not.
we seek peace and the spread of knowledge. Knowledge that must never be lost to the world. Now your turn.
I just do what's necessary to keep the peace.
That's reassuring. Although many who've made that claim over the years have had less than pure intentions. But if it's really as you say, then take my advice. This installation carries with it dangers that no one here has realized. Take care of what you do here, and who you listen to. Some things are best left buried with the old world.
Okay.
Yo.
I sent power to McCarran and the strip.
Whoa, really? Oh, shit. Oh, I knew I could do it. Those NCR pricks can all get on their knees and worship at the altar of fucking fantastic. But don't worry, I'll tell them what you did for me, man. Not all of it, though. They'd think I was an idiot. But some of it. Keep at it, man. One day you could end up where I am. You never know.
Alright. Anyway. We had talked to him, because I'm pretty certain that we still have the bribe that we got from him. I know we talked to him, but for whatever reason... I don't know. The beginning of this night has been very weird. Okay, so we could probably still swap to Archimedes later on, but for now, since we don't really have any other reason, we will send energy to McCarran and the strip, which got us the 315 experience. So I suppose what you could do is do that for the experience, even if you're doing like the Caesar's Legion route or whatever, And then swap over to Archimedes, and then it would probably take care of all the NCR here. But you will be hated if you weren't already. Because I don't see any reason why you can't just change where you're sending the power. And the only other thing I can think of is make sure that you picked up the employee IDs. The only real unfortunate part of all this is Old Lady Gibson is gone. For whatever reason, she was pissed off, showed up with a bunch of dogs, and tried to attack me. And I don't really know why. I traded with her, I didn't steal anything, I didn't attack her. Now I have to review last stream's VOD that we did for this. I guess to find out, and that's about it. Very, very strange. Flyers are hard to hit. Okay. At least that way we're not really wasting precious ammo. Oh hey, ants return. Yeah, there's stuff we can see from here? I think so. Actually, you know what? Float fly sliders aren't too bad. Get a little bit of hydration out of it. So... collect from these. The nice part is we don't have to worry about getting hunted down by Caesar's Legion not just yet. The moment I think we're free and clear for most ammos and stuff, if I can't get like a assault carbine or something, especially, we should be mostly fine. But I want to get a nice big stockpile of caps first. Definitely want to kill that one from a distance. And a jalapeno. I think this is just a bush, right? Nope. Honey mesquite pod. Okay. That's the big scary one over there. I got one worker there. Two over there. One that looks like it's glitching out a little bit. One there. Bunch over there. A couple of different soldiers. are still quite tanky for the 223. Thankfully, the 223 is only like a cap per shot. But this way, we can level grind a little bit. Oh, hey. We're also working towards a perk. Even better. Even better. Unfortunately, these little guys are only like 9 a pop. But hey. I don't think I've managed to get one to go frenzy yet. At least near its buddies. Damn. That one was tanky. That or he had a weird hitbox going on. One of the two. Trying to make sure we're actually free and clear. Oh, there's one over there. Okay. Fire hurts, but if you can keep your distance, it's nearly all free. And even more so, you don't have to worry about getting frickin' hit with a grenade from like a grenade launcher or something. Tunnel inaccessible. Apparently our snake is fairly decent. Okay, how do our stats look? Thirsty, hungry, not too bad on the sleep. At least, not yet. So we'll travel to Good Springs, and then we'll go to the water source for some free water while we're there. We'll sell the items that we picked up from the fire ants. Get some more 223, maybe some 556 and some other rounds if we can. Hopefully we have enough to either justify all that we spent. Did pick up a bit more loot while we were inside Helios One, so hopefully that pans out. It was like, what, 315, 325 XP? So a pretty good fair amount. Not quite enough for like a level.
You looking
but,
to buy
know.
some supplies? Can do.
Okay, I'm gonna hang on to those, but I'm gonna store them. Probably should have put on the helmet. Okay, so I'll just sell all of that. Oh, right. We got whiskeys we can sell, the vodka. And I think that was it. Oh, scotch. Pack of cigarettes. Sensor modules. Wait, no. Kinda need that a little bit. But we picked up. There we are. Fishing batteries. Dang. A couple of conductors. A couple of carton cigarettes. Okay. We do a lot of sniping with the 223, so. Kinda want to. Okay, so what else we got? Detonator, for reasons. Plasma pistol, which actually isn't too bad, even with our relatively low skill. Throwing hatchet. Iron shovel. Stems are 99. Scrap electronics he has, so we're going to go and pick that up. And I think that's all he's got that we really care about. Surplus 556. How much we got for 556 surplus? 40. That's safety. Plasma pistol recycler. Okay, so we still turn to fear of profit, I guess. Yeah, so one of those as well. I hang on to beer, but I sell the rest of the liquors.
Another satisfied customer.
Beer isn't worth nearly as much, but you also get pretty much the same status effects from using it as like wine or scotch or whiskey. Actually, you know what? You know what? We're going to check to see if we can build more weapon repair kits right here now. We can build 2 more. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, so we have our recharger pistol equipped right now. It takes a little bit of time, but you essentially have infinite ammo. It's just not the best at handling for everything. If it were, you wouldn't need any other gun or any other gun in the game, really. Probably. But it does do quite a bit of damage. It just didn't seem very effective against, Oh, hey, what do we got here? Actually, I had quite a bit of stuff. We even got some dynamite off of it. Yippee! And this is why I don't mind walking back and forth between, like, Good Springs and... with that, we have a little bit more loot to sell, and we replenished anything we may have lost for food. Okay, just making sure. Now we no longer have dehydration, sickness. Now I have 5 gecko sticks. In order to see if there's any more hunting to be had. Sometimes there's a gecko or 2 over here. But not right now. There, I guess I'll take that. Okay, I don't know if that's DLC or not. I'm assuming it is. That's definitely DLC. I don't know about that. That's DLC. Okay, so we know of Sloan, which we're accepted in, apparently. Despite not having been there. So probably NCR territory. Gibson Scrapyard. Unfortunate. And we're gonna need some major prep before we try anything like the quarry. I wonder what the minimum level would be to deal with that on, like, hardcore. Specifically, like, very hardcore. It's like, very hard is one thing. Right, because you can still have insta-heals with the stim packs. At least I think they're still insta-heals. And then food gives you, like, health over time. see, we still have that. Return to Cass, see if you can get her to part with that. Convince Henry Jameson. Negotiate with Cass to buy the Cassidy caravans for the Crimson Caravan Company. So, I know the Crimson Caravan is like a bit corrupt. And I remember that there's a thing where she gets mad, goes in, and like kills the current head of like the Crimson Caravan or something like that. But I could not remember if you get that going before you get her to sell or after. And apparently you have to do it after. I haven't looked anything up. It's just going off of how things seem to be here. Plus, if I do this, this will give us another companion. But I kind of don't want to lose another companion until I at least get my character a little bit stronger. And I can't think of anywhere really to try and do that other than just go into specific points that we've already come across and level grinding a little bit. Looks like we could go off towards this direction. Field shack. So I think this is Boomers. And I might be able to do that. I don't know if I have enough skills necessary for some stuff though. We have pretty good repair. We have decent science. And our medicine is just a little bit lacking, but not too bad. Speech is at 60. I'd like to get that up to 75 before we really start going over there. And I do still kind of need to do the Benny thing, but I was going to hold off on that as much as possible too. At least until I think we're mostly good to start doing story stuff. So. It has been quite some time. I don't think that area respawns them. It's a lot easier to dodge dynamite than it is grenade rifles. But I choose between boomers and that power charge. It is. Yeah. So I probably just missed that one. That's still empty. Still no one over here. First shot. Sometimes I can land my shots, other times not so much. It was empty. Okay. So we'll say that this run has been slightly painful, losing Boone so early on. They're here. Okay. So they replenished here for reasons. Oh, well, that was weird. Maybe I dropped it earlier at some point and just left it there. I don't care about stealing from my enemies. Still said caution though. Which is interesting. Huh. How was I still in caution after I killed the second guy, though? So the checkpoint, no one respawns. But over here, they respawn. Still learning some new things. We're probably not that bad on, right? Okay. And I'll go get a sip from good spring source before we take off. Alright, go check another location. Now the question is, was there only 2 or were there 3? I have no idea how long it's been in-game. Probably like a month or so. Minimum. Wait. Why did he literally have nothing? And... baton. It's got me wondering about a couple other locations. Wait. We go. No way that was the same guy, right? He's just all the way over there by himself. Well, as long as nothing stupid happens, this will be a very profitable hunt, I suppose. Which also means that they probably got people back on the tower. I say tower because there was only like one tower that was actually manned. Okay. So the guard armor actually gives you some protection. 5. Whereas the other is not so much. Like, none at all. $52, $60, screw it. We'll just keep them as is. But he was kind of running off towards a general direction, and I'm not quite sure why.
I'm hit.
Okay. So I was right to be cautious. I'm just giving one last look through before I drop. Sure wasn't like a freaking charge. Okay, so we already read that. Explosives crate. What's in it? Coffee mode. This has been a very good hunt. What are you hunting? Powder gangers? Oh, hold on. See, if he was like chasing down like a wild dog or any part of like the wildlife or something like that, or traveling merchant or something, would have made more sense. But I didn't see him like actually chasing anything, just started running. I guess the only real question at this point is, are the people here, like the human remains, from like travelers who were killed by the powder gangers and then just left out there and dragged over here? By the gangers, the dogs? Or are the gangers just getting killed by wild dogs, just like barely outside their base? The latter is a little bit more funny. It'll also explain why they have like no guards really out actually patrolling. Which, to be fair, you have towers, so you may as well use them. Okay. Well, we're gonna head back to Good Springs. Sell this stuff. Take back some of the caps. As many caps as we can. And then, I don't know, maybe I'll just stick around and start and keep hunting some of the powder gangers. At least when I kill them, they're profitable. I'm just glad that one of them had a varmint rifle. It's like, yeah, free repair.
You looking to buy some supplies? Can do.
Build a cleaver. I really don't need that much dynamite. I really don't need that much dynamite. And maybe if we had higher explosive skills, it'd be more worthwhile. Sell that much. Is there a reason why I need a long fuse dynamite versus regular stuff? Can't think of it. Okay, that's... I thought that was supposed to be mine. It is, right? Yeah. Anyway. So that, and... Just checking to make sure we didn't have like a whiskey or something to sell him. Turpentine, we're hang on to that. Let's have a look at the belts. We do have a flamer that's really good. I don't have it on hand. You.
Another satisfied customer. Take it easy now.
Okay. So I'm feeling pretty good about the 5.56 that we got on hand now. Armor piercing, starting to get back up there. It is pricey though. And we got the surplus that we'll probably just keep on hand for now. We got plenty of 223. We're using up the 3.0, and then we'll just use normal. Apparently this stuff's not nearly good. If I'm reading the numbers right. 9mm we're pretty set on. Hopefully I don't use this too much, otherwise I need to start carrying with like way more. We will usually default to the pistol for most things. Okay, we're going to head back towards the source, then we will head back down. And I'm going to see if there's any more powder gangers we can pick off, because at least we can get loot off of them. That should be relatively profitable. And I don't know there's any particular reason for us to carry NCR currency. There's got to be like a very specific stores that use it, I'm guessing. That might be our first coyote. Been mostly wild dogs. I was gonna say. Better not be like another fresh corpse. I mean, I'll take it, but... Alright, I think we're in the clear. Other than like the cost of repair kits, I really like the recharger pistol. I cannot express how nice it is to have it. I don't have to waste other ammos. Yeah, just making sure. Actually, wasn't there like a... Yeah, crafting. Oh, I need white horsenet. Okay. I think there's a few spots nearby that I can probably grab some. I think it's this plant, right? Yeah. That was easy. Okay, so I need to keep an eye out for some more turpentine, and then just pick those up occasionally. Just kind of funny. That spot is not respawn them. The spot does. Oh yes, just what we always needed. Sexy sleepwear. Okay, so we're gonna go up this mountain. I suppose that's what I could try and do, is try and just overrun the entire frickin' what is it? NCR or anyway, NCR RCF. To be fair, he watched his body go down and then he did nothing. What's kind of weird is that we're pushing for this other perk apparently now, when we could have already had it. But it probably had prerequisites. You must have these perks first before you can proceed to this perk. We never really tried too much on the achievements, but since we are hardcore, specifically, I will see how many of these I can actually get through normal gameplay. Since we are going to do way more grinding than I would probably otherwise need. I would not be surprised if we max level by the time we get fully done. What I'd like to try and do, if possible, is not finish the main quest, but rather do all the other DLCs first, and then come do the main quest. Like, if I specifically can, do it without starting the main quest, really. Like with the whole Benny thing. That way, we're basically a legend of the wastes long before we have the true opportunity of becoming a legend of the wastes. It could be they're just not rendered, but I'm not... Oh, there is a guy there. One rando. I got hit! There he goes. Rolling down the hill. Probably should have brought some friends with you. I don't see anyone in the tower. Last time there was a guy in that tower, specifically. Not any of the others. The only real downside is I wasted a bunch of grenades from the grenade rifle because... geometry. Trying to angle it so I could hit him. Just wouldn't let me. Something that kind of sucks sometimes is trying to figure out, okay, so I could realistically make this shot normally. However, video game geometry. Will it let it work? I mean, it's not like I see anyone in the towers. I don't see anyone sitting outside the towers. Oh. Apparently I did not. Thought I did. Thought I had all that stuff for sale, or maybe I just... No, I probably just picked it up again. Alright. Okay, I am going to need some empty pockets, though. On the one hand, I want to. On the other hand, it's not really much point in taking them all out if I can't carry enough loot back out, right? So what do I want for a loadout? Well... So, that should lighten the load quite a bit. I'm going to sell the loot that we do currently have on hand. From that last little patrol and the one guy we were able to find in the yard. The only guy in the yard. And I'll get close enough. I want to keep the varmint rifle just in case I have a little bit of sniping once I get back over there. Like there's like another patrol or something.
You looking to buy some supply? Can do.
At least he has plenty. You know what? Just take it all. I'm sure they have more. How much of those weigh? One.
Pleasure doing business with you.
In case we have to use the SMG. Just in case. Alright, I'll get back into position. We will do a safety save. We can have a mulligan or whatever might happen. And I will do a double check on the time, although it looks like we should be fine. Looking to see if there's any other little random events or anything that might happen between here and there. Although I think we'll mostly be in the clear. It's kind of like the only other thing we have to be careful of is Night Stalkers. So could we take them? In theory, yes. I want to take them? No. They are a very expensive fight. Especially on health. So one thing that I kind of appreciate a little bit, somewhat, with like some of the Fallout games is that, like especially the old school ones, where it's like, can you win that fight against like Enclave? Sure, you could. Is it gonna be worth it? Well, you see, you might not get a whole lot of loot out of them, and the amount of resources it's gonna cost ammo, health, potentially drugs, depending on your build or whatever, might not be worth it. Especially for sometimes what seems like it's not quite enough experience for the fight. Might also be a bit of a detriment as well. Right. The our ant soldiers, right? They give out quite a bit of experience versus like 9 per. But if you can't hit them from a distance or deal enough damage before they catch up to you, especially if you have low agility, you're probably going to be in for a bad time. Funny thing is that you're usually better off just picking relatively high agility builds. Anyone that can take out, that I don't have to fight later, great. Just doing one last check. Okay, here. I imagine he's going to come back through out that door. Oh, okay then. Okay, we found the one guard, apparently. The one guy on guard. Guess that bot is still playing there. Oh, okay, so there is another guard over there. him down. Hannigan. Oh no, he's named. And he's down. .20 gauge. Single shotgun. You're named with only that equipment? And now it just says Powder Ganger. He was named. Got that guy. I don't see anyone over there. I don't see anyone over there. That tower either. For this tower. And here I was just a little bit worried that he might at the very least be tanky. Alright. There's our safety save. Actually, how are we on weight? Yeah, we got quite a ways. We did already kill the one guy that was here at the door. You know what? We'll start off with this. And then we'll swap either to the SMG, more than likely, or the shotgun. Shotgun if it's one-on-one, and the SMG if it's crowd control. Before we do, I'm going to make sure, since I did not select it, we're actually going to make sure I have the death counter ready to increase. Just in case. Just in case. I probably could use a stealth boy. More about that later. I mean, I did say it was broken. Again, don't care about stealing from my enemies. I probably should have swapped over to the SMG before the shotgun, but it's fine. It all worked out. Okay, there should be a couple of corpses. One guy there, one over on the tower itself. So it seems like they're manning every other tower or something like that. Already took out the one dog that they apparently had. Empty bottles everywhere, because of course there would be. Okay. Repair. $308? Hell yeah. This stuff's pricey. Okay, so I'm gonna probably go around and loot all the towers. Geometry. Over here, then I'd be able to hit. Nope. Making the rail solid, perfectly fine. Making the gap in between the stair and the rail solid, like a wall, so you can't shoot through it. Not fine. Used quite a few of the grenade shots, simply because I was dealing damage, but I didn't know if the guy was just tanky as hell or bad geometry. Turns out, just bad geometry. Oh, oh. Damn. I don't want to break sneak. Maybe if I go up high enough. Here. It's just a tiny bit more XP. And a little bit more towards our perk. Super stem. Stem. I Like, I get they're considered a faction, and that's probably what I'm stealing from, for the most part. I also don't know if it's like, oh yeah, you could also just take a quest and help NCR retake it or something. I don't know if that's an actual quest or not. It would make sense if it were. Okay, we could probably go through here. That's administration. Or maybe we should do that last. I'm fairly certain that we got all the guard towers, but just to be safe. Okay, so you could also get a varmint rifle here. Oh, that's actually not that bad a condition. I'll hold off on that one, in case we get another. So we're not too far away. And just because there's a chance that someone could enter or leave the buildings, I'm going to stay and sneak. That way if we happen to catch one guy coming out, we can just take him out. No hassle, no fuss, no alarms. 357 Magnum. Okay, so yeah, it is a wall. Damn. If it were open, I could have solved so many issues earlier. Yes, just a bunch of plates sitting out there, because of course they are. One frag grenade, one long fuse. Okay, so I guess we'll clear out that building first. Make sure the towers are absolutely clear. Okay. Just because of how tanky that one guy was, that we had to face off early on when I was trying to sneak through the first time. Which probably would have worked if we were male. Woo! Okay, so just food and a couple of things in the tin. Okay, it does look like they are two separate buildings. Large wild dog. So probably would have been tanky. Outhouses. No indoor plumbing allowed. The wrench disappeared. Alright, I guess we'll clear out this building first. Cell block B. Since we're in, we'll just go ahead and save over that. Wait for it to fully charge. Okay, so that's why he was a bit more tanky. He had better armor. I don't expect there to be a whole lot here in the cell blocks. But you never know. Intense. Sure, we'll take some free drugs. Da, 1.5 pounds. That's a bit. How are we doing? Food, we are hungry. Not much else. Alright, steak. Leaf blower, okay. Yeah, we'll hold off on that. We can always come back for it. Also, while we're at it, go ahead and change from our ghoulie friend to, where is he? Mr. Fantastic, since we did technically just help him. Hockey mask. grenade box with extra grenades. That wasn't nearly as nice. I guess. You got a trooper helmet. That'll help just a tiny bit. Do that. You know, we did need a butter knife for crafting something. I can't remember what. Just something. I think it was like the Mills tin or something like that. Where you need like all the silverware, forks, knife, butter knife, spoon, something like that. I don't know. I don't know why the audio's messing up so bad. Doghide belts, sure. Cookery to metal. Metal cooking pot, metal cooking pan, and a regular pot. Meals to metal, you need a butter knife, a fork, a metal spoon, and a tin plate. Well, I don't think tin plate counts, but I'm gonna check. Needs to be metal, probably. Tin plate. Oh, okay, we're good. Okay, so we got a tin plate. And now I'm going to be on the lookout for the other cutlery, I guess. Just because I'm kind of curious of what it does. It probably makes, like, eating efficient, much more efficient or something. I don't know. Alright, well, we cleared the others well enough. So, same plan. We'll stick with this, swap over to SMG, and then hopefully shotgun if we still need to. We weren't damaged that badly, so easy on the healing. I like how that one guy was named, and then we killed him, and then it's like, nope, just normal powder gun. Okay, so they did have submachine guns. least we can kind of sell it now. That's now worth more. Oh, hey, doctor's bags. First off, we kind of don't need them. All of it. I think I left the mines behind. Yep. Okay. I have an idea, but I guess I can't do that. Fork. Spoon. Okay. We have what we need for the cutlery. This is always nice. Okay. It's maxed out. We can swap over to that. Okay. That helps. Plus, this thing's like super expensive to work on anyway, so it's even better. Not really too bad on anything else. Okay. So glad I thought of those pieces of ammo. I don't know why the audio's messed up right now. Definitely something I need to go look into. But we lived. Not that it weighs anything anyway, but now it's actually sellable. Plasma pistol, which is unfortunately piss poor, but hey, we have one now. We have one. Ray's brain. Whetstone. That I don't need. Okay, I think that's basically everyone here, so here. Oh, hey. Alright. Watch this way. Free. Okay. Carry that. Mine congressional style. That should be a straight up skill book. And we are over. Drop that, see what's in here. One frag. Alright. And now to get out of here. I could probably make that one work. Single shotgun. And then I'm just going to fast travel to Good Springs. And I think that's a pretty good night. I think overall, progress-wise, we actually did pretty good. We didn't really have to do any real prep. Some. You know, just sitting there. Oh, we actually need way more armor piercing. Because that's going to be the only way to get this thing done. And then I can also head back over there and see if there's anything else I want to pick up for loot other than just like those two and the doctor's bags. It's like, I'll take the doctor bags now if we actually had anything that was like pretty well damaged. Nothing too bad.
You looking to buy some supplies? Can do.
Okay. Kind of hate it when you lose your little symbol to tell you that this one's modified. Weaver. We'll sell all the dynamite. We're gonna hang on to the grenades though. Oops. Since we're going to be selling enough of this stuff, kind of important I put that on,
You
right?
looking to buy some
It's only +5 to barter, but hey, every little bit helps. Pretty nice haul. Scotch. What else is there? Wine. One leather belt. And yeah. That's just all to replenish what we had basically used, and anything else? Scrap metal, I suppose. Plasma pistol, high energy ionizer. But are we going to use plasma pistol? For the time being, I want to say no. But, just for reference, it would be 15 damage plus 7, which is a pretty beefy upgrade for just raw damage output, right? Probably be expensive to work on. Oh, hey. Metal pan, metal pot. So now we're just one away from the other. I just need a normal pot. And I guess that's about it. Even after all the ammo and everything we're getting back, some of which is pricey, 544 caps still.
Thanks.
Good, good. I am tempted to get that ionizer for the plasma pistol, But I just don't see ourselves using plasma pistols anytime soon, just yet. Uses microfusion cells, I think, right? E-cells. Energy cells. That'll give us like 29. Scrap metal to lead. Okay, and how much have we got in weight? 214. To be fair, we do have a spare varmint rifle, some grenades, a spare 9mm submachine gun. Two motorcycle helmets. Okay. So we'll do the long walk back down to the Good Spring source. Drink some water as well. See if there's anything else craftable. Since we do have a thing of serpentine. I already have another thing of the white, what was it? Horse knit? Something like that. We can do another tanned hide, which then we can turn into tanned belts to sell. There's not really too much need to head back to the correctional facility. So we pretty much got most of everything that was really worthwhile. Because we don't get very much out of the suits. Probably have that equipped. Our recharger pistol, just in case. I don't have to waste any more resources other than just the weapon repair kit after a while. So all we really need now is a pot, and then we'll have another thing that probably helps with crafting. Maybe. What are you doing here?
I'm Lieutenant Hayes of the New California Republic Army, 5th Battalion, 1st Company. What's your business?
What are you doing out here?
We were sent out here to hold back the tide of convicts from the correctional facility. As you can probably tell, we aren't doing the kind of job we could be doing.
Did he show up just because I took out everyone there? I'd never done that before. I always just kind of avoided the place, and I've never done like the sheriff thing. I've always programmed the robot because it's like, I'm not going back over there. Because I'm usually low level, just doing the casual thing. Or whatever, but it's like, damn. Okay. What's the problem with your mission?
Mission isn't a problem. The problem is with supplies. Convicts are better armed and organized than our intel initially suggested. I'm trying to get some reinforcements here, maybe some guns with some firepower, but shit. Things are just going slow.
Tell me about the correctional facility.
Most people just call it NCRCF. That's NCR Correctional Facility. A little bit of convicts there staged a coup. Killed the guards that weren't able to escape. And I've been ransacking the area since then.
Okay, do you have any information on the convicts?
Not much. They've taken to calling themselves powder gangers. Mostly because they've taken to using the explosives meant to clear boulders as weapons. They got organized faster than I would have thought. Most of them, at least. Thankfully, the small group in town here seem to have split off from the main force, so they aren't getting anything in the way of support.
Okay, I have some other questions.
I have some free time.
I guess not.
Ma'am?
And there goes a gecko. Flying like the wind. Alright, I'm gonna go grab the stuff first, and then we'll see if we can do any crafting. Oh no, we're over encumbered. By like 7 pounds. Alright, see what we can do. It's probably because of the grenade ammo, honestly. Slasher. Not exactly what I was expecting to be able to craft, if anything. Okay, how about this? We will do that. Things I don't particularly care if we lose them or not. And those and that. And flash or anything? No, it does not. Okay, that's probably everything. That way it's stored there. We could probably use it to craft if we get the rest of the remaining components. Oh, it's not holding us back. So they said that they were in a vault. Probably like up around this area, better take a guess. Oh, that's probably Junction Quarry. Or maybe further back, like this way? Oh, and around. Actually, how much weight? I have enough. Only the hide. is having such issues. I'm gonna try and look into it tonight. Everything else seems to be fine. Okay, that was a normal cycle. Stuck in the terrain. Recharger pistol. A very good hunting apparatus. Empty. Empty. Young hunter. One Xander root. Two Xander root. Which means we could make healing powder, I think. Like it went and picked up the other stuff. See if we can come across any other fairly weak, but hopefully appearance-giving enemies. I don't think we will. Sell some of the excess back to Good Springs again. And really, I'm just gonna try and walk around and see if I can get a level up since we're so dang close. Oh, gosh darn close. I wonder if there, you know, it'd be kind of cool is if you had a way to actually like eradicate entire factions. I'm sure you can some. Like all factions.
You looking to buy some supplies? Can do.
How much you got left? Quite a lot. Alright. Kept saying that we had two. For some odd reason. Damn, we only get 8, but they're worth 60.
Another satisfied customer.
Yeah, how much room we got now? Not a whole lot. It'd be great if we could get it level up and then be able to head over to Novak as our little base of operations, drop off all the excess ammo and everything we got. Okay, I was gonna say, that's just a bush. I don't know why, but it seemed like it was almost moving. Probably just because it was fading in at a weird angle. With the recharger pistol putting in work, and we actually used our submachine gun. I wonder if I should wait until I have like a bunch of hollow points in 9mm before using it on, or trying to use them on Cazadors. I don't know, they're just like super tanky, or they actually have armor, or they just had... Oh hey. Cup. I never noticed that one before. Not that there was anything in it, but, you know. This is nice, though. Either I've forgotten a bunch of stuff and going through and just re-seeing everything, or learning things that I probably never knew. I don't think there's any geckos up here. Oh, never mind. Yeah, oh. Damn, he was worth 23. A point's a point. Just one of those games where I have numbers I need to get. And the world already hates me. Okay, we just stare down each other. I was gonna say, it's like right there on the cusp. What to go for? On the one hand, I could pump this all up to 75. Could pump this all up to 80 if we really wanted to. Or I could pump this up to 50. If we do it that way, that will push our barter all the way up to 60 whenever we have the hat on. And I can throw on the suit whenever I think I need to do speech checks. Combat-wise, other than having higher energy for like the flamer and the recharger pistol for the time being, I think we're pretty good for our combat. And we will start, I think next level we'll start maxing out guns, maybe throw a few points towards energy. I think that's fine. I think we took Grunt last time, right? Oh, tag. Tag. Weapon strength requirements are now 2 points lower than normal for you. That's going to be really good to have. You gain additional 15 action points to use in VATS. As a Purifier of the Waste, you do 50% more damage with melee and unarmed weapons against centaurs, night stalkers, spore plants, spore carriers, deathclaw, super mutants, and feral ghouls. If we were a melee build, or an unarmed build, that is, I would assume, a must. Center of Mass, Sniper, would be kind of nice. We're going to go for Tag. Question is, what do we tag now? Barter, if we do that, will push us all the way up to 70. If we do speech, that'll be 85. And if we do energy weapons, that'll push us up to 60 automatically. And I mean, like, repair would be nice. I like how we tag survival, but we haven't thrown any points into it. I just thought it'd be a nice thing to start off a little bit higher with that, so we can throw all of our points into something else. But speech, sneak also wouldn't be a bad one, considering our propensity of sniping from a distance. But it hasn't been like super required, but it would be nice to have higher. I think this one, I'm very tempted just to go barter, because that'll push us even further, and then we should be good for a good chunk of the game. We can throw the rest of our points towards more combat-oriented stuff. Considering I still need to get revenge on the Night Stalker. But I think that thing was like an alpha. And the other thing that would probably be nice is some extra points into explosives, in the hopes that not just damage, but we can damage their limbs enough that we can cripple them. Because any enemy that can't chase you down is nullified. For all intents and purposes. But yeah, barter. And then we should be set for most of the game. Rest of the game. What else was up here? Okay, another corpse. That's so weird. So I have 2 motorcycle helmets, and if I try and sell one, it disappears. So either the game's just glitching out, or... But if I carry this, this will give us 5 plus. I can run faster, I think, because I'm light instead of medium. I should probably be wearing this while out in the waste. Until I enter into combat, that is, and then swap over. If there is a moment reprieve. Nation, food, sleep. Okay, so we're pretty good for everything else. Light, accepted, idolized, vilified. Animal Control, Book Stomper, Educated, Grunt Hunter, Lord Death, Rapid Reload, Skilled, Strong Back, Tag, Toughness 2, Wild Wasteland are all the perks we have. If I didn't choose Wild Wasteland, I probably would have chosen, what was it? Disciplined or something like that? Where you fire a little bit slower, which... 2020 hindsight might not be the best, but we would have had higher accuracy, I think. Do have a counterfeit passport. Gecko meat. So we'll just drop 3. Actually, you know what? I don't really have a whole lot to sell. So instead of doing another trip, what we're going to do instead is come down here, cook what we have, and then head on over towards Novak. At least this way, we have one other level. We have... okay. We have one quest down. We did a thing that we wanted to do earlier, but I was holding off because honestly I thought there was to be way more of a fight, and not entirely wrong. We did need better armor. We did need a better loadout for the most part. Recharger pistol's been putting in work. Honestly, I need to throw some more points into energy, which we'll probably do next level.
Hey there. Sure.
Since this guy's just kind of here hanging out. Okay. So we should definitely be getting way better deals now. Because we're like all the way up to like, what, 80 now? When we have the hat? From like 45? $75. Okay, do all this stuff before I forget. Drop of the 22, drop of the 308, 12 gauge. Do not need the grenades on hand. Surplus is fine, we don't need 5mm. Plasma pistol. I'm going to save those here until we know that we need them, then we will come back. Spare. Spare. Okay. Well, that was weird. Anyway. This entire night's been kind of weird. Not gonna lie. Sarsaparilla, Wonder Glue. Okay. Actually, what do I have in here? This is where I left all the stuff for crafting. Well, let's go ahead and leave those. Those two. Should have plenty to start making some more weapon repair kits. Okay, we have a bunch of dirty water. 10 units. So, we'll go and store those. The main problem with healing powder is you lose one perception for a while. So, as long as I don't need to use skills, would be mostly fine. I guess the only question is it seems like a pretty good place to stop currently. Is, where do we go from here? So we're level 16. I feel like I should hold off until like level 20-ish before we start attempting DLC. I just don't know which DLC we should probably start with. If I had to take a guess, probably one that we do with the Burned Band, maybe? Because we probably get to keep our kit in that, whatever we go into it with. I remember starting, I think it was like, what, the big MT or something like that? For like a bunch of brains and stuff. And you lose your kit in that, I'm pretty certain. And I feel like the Brotherhood of Steel Abandoned Bunker is going to make you lose your kit as well. The only thing I know about it that is you end up with a collar around you, so it makes sense that you'd be like fully disarmed and everything from that. So for those, I'm gonna need really, really good starting stats, specifically like in skills and stuff. And I might want to throw a few points towards melee or something, just in case. Let's see. Can't Forlorn Hope. Canyon Wreckage. Like it's either that or there was the Mojave Drive-In. So it's either this or the Mojave Drive-In's an entryway for DLC. I could have swore it was the drive-in, but I could be wrong. And the Northern Passage should be DLC. And Abandoned BOS Bunker should be DLC, although you might need something to trigger this, like Crimson Caravan. At the very least, we do have Heartache by the Number we can do. Which then leads into You Can Depend on Me. And depending on where Henry Jameson is, which I'm going to go ahead and take a wild guess, he's probably like in Gomorrah, since he's kind of neglecting his duties. So he's either straight up just gambling and enjoying shows, which might be at Benny's place, in which case I'll avoid it until I'm good and ready to start rest of the story stuff. Or like, I'm trying to avoid anything really on the strip, because you're going to be asked to go to Mr. House, which we could probably ignore that part. Probably. No, it's just like once the story kicks off, I'm going to feel very compelled to just, you know, go all the way through on the story type stuff. But if we go out and do all the other quests that don't really require the strip, which also means I'm not doing a whole bunch of gambling either. Not that we're really going to be doing anything like that because, well, luck of 4. Which, I will say, this character's luckier than most of my other characters. Luck of 1, luck of 1, luck of 1, luck of 1. You know, except for Fallout 3's protagonist, which started off, I think, at luck of 1. And then we went all the way up because of, there's a perk that makes like everything 9. And then I actually went on the scavenger hunt for all the bobbleheads. I also kind of want to do the ant mound as well. Where was that? Here. The problem with that is they're all fire ants. And so on the one hand, I'd like to have companions with me. On the other hand, that doesn't seem like a very smart place to go if you have companions where everything is permadeath. So I need to be really, really kitted out for this one. Because I gotta deal so much damage to like the soldiers and everything. Keep in mind I'm probably not going to be able to maintain stealth throughout the entirety of it to get the clear. And then Cassidy Caravan Wreckage. I remember there's a thing that you do with this, but I think you have to have her with you. And the only way to get her with you is to get her to sell, which then sets you down that entire frickin' path. I kind of wish you could do sequence breaks here and there with like certain characters just to have something maybe a little bit different play out. But part of the problem is if I do the quest for her, I'm gonna feel compelled to take her with me, and if I take her with me, she's probably gonna end up dying. Like, maybe not even a stream or two in. Because, I don't know, bad luck. I picked a bad spot to go in and try and farm, like, ants or scorpions or something like that. And it's like, oh yeah, yeah, there was Night Stalkers there, and your companion's dead. No friends for you. So again, I do want to get revenge on... Oh yeah, also there's Coyote Mines. I think we already went through there. But like right here, Morning Star Cavern, Night Stalkers. I didn't realize there was Night Stalkers right here part because I've never really like tried to doing this casually. I'd never really tried to farm the Radscorps here. Just like I normally shoot the guy that comes out with the winning lottery. Which, fun fact, if you don't kill him, one, he usually runs over here and dies if there's bandits still. Or two, he gets to run around and around and around, being chased by rad scorpions, who usually catch him, and then he dies. So, does he really win? The answer, not really. I mean, you could try and save him, but he'd probably run off and get killed by something else. Devil's Gullet, there was nothing at. It's just landmarker, Good Spring Cemetery. And if you're a newbie, never take this road. Just never go north. If you actually talk to people, they tell you. But if you just decide to go off on your own, oh, we're going to go to Vegas, and you're dead. Cazadors. The game does like to be mean sometimes. Honestly, I could probably walk over here and at least get all the locations tagged. I could probably do that while we're still at peace. So like it doesn't show Caesar's Legion, technically because I've never actually talked to anyone from Caesar's Legion. Which also means I haven't killed anyone from Caesar's Legion. And so I'm just kind of neutral. I'll probably be left alone for the most part. And I could probably just walk around, tag, tag, tag. Problem is, I don't know how well this is programmed because I've never walked into Caesar's place, not already being an enemy, for one. And then two, when I was younger, I really didn't play female characters, which we are right now because coin flip. So, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And all I'm going to say is, it's going to suck if I'm attacked immediately by them, because I'm on their side and I am woman. Because I was specifically trying not to be at war with them until I can get my character built up, and I feel good and ready to kill him in Novak. Or not Novak, Nipton. Just cuz. And then we can start everything like good and proper from there. But it's like in the meantime, we're just kind of slowly building the legend of who the courier is supposed to be. In this case, a woman who has no qualms with stealing from her enemies and hunting down her enemies, despite having lost Boone, who probably would have attacked Caesar's Legion on the spot. So, I guess we can say that that's one of the few good things, possibly, is we don't have to worry about him starting a fight immediately with Caesar's Legion if we were to go over there. Again, I don't know how all that would actually play out. I would assume that he would be programmed to attack on site Caesar's Legion, because that would make sense. Like from a lore standpoint and a gameplay standpoint. Oh, hey, you have Boone? Then yeah, you definitely are going to be fighting Caesar's Legion as long as you got him. But I'd say, all in all, we're doing pretty good. We've only had like 5 deaths. And I was very, very close. That close to just resetting just so we could have Boom. But to keep the integrity of it, we are going to continue since I did survive. Shouldn't have survived, but we did. Definitely should be dead. Definitely should have died. But we didn't. We refused. But I think tonight was pretty good as far as progress goes. I'm going to perhaps keep this on, but swap over to a completely different profile just to make sure I don't have any saves or anything I have to worry about, and try and troubleshoot some audio. I don't know why it's just this game specifically. I don't know. It has something to do with the fact that the 360 was picking up as DVD rather than, you know, New Vegas disc play game when I first turned it on, or so I don't know if it's like a console thing potentially, or just my copy of the game. Again, possibly. We had the same thing kind of going on with Fallout 3, but I think I was still on my old capture card as well, so that might have also been a thing going on. But this one's fairly new, so maybe it's just some kind of setting I need to go in and take a look at and see if I can get it fixed that way. Maybe it's a software thing. I don't know. Anyway, we'll go ahead and call it there. I don't think anyone that I normally watch are going. I'm going to do a quick check. They weren't before. But yeah, we'll just go ahead and call it there. We did get some fresh snow today, and I know it's been snowing off and on. So depending on one, how busy I am or how tired I am by tomorrow, and two, that we seem to be holding quite well on both power and internet connectivity and all that. Should be back to stream tomorrow. Some more Alexander the Great and Age of Empires 2 Chronicles campaign. We'll probably have about 2 nights left if the previous streams are anything to go off of, unless these missions go exceptionally fast. We have, like, I think 5 or 6 missions remaining. Be a long shot if we get them all done, but small chance. If not, see, again, depending on one, my own personal energy, and two, whether or not it looks like we will be able to have good internet and everything, because I know, like, I've been looking at the Twitch previewer here, and it's been showing like unstable the entire time. And usually, at least we get to stable at some point. But, and yeah, it's like OBS is showing like 0 drop frames or whatever, but a little weird. Maybe I gotta play around with some settings or something. But I'm gonna wait until I actually have more stable weather, just to make sure everything's actually good and it's not a weather issue. I know there's been some things going on off and on. So, but anyway, enough rambling from me. Stay healthy, stay frosty, and until next time, see ya.